Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel, Audio Night Crime. We're thrilled to have you with us again as we dive into thrilling and mysterious crime stories. Now, let's get into the three most exciting parts of today's crime story. Join me as we listen and experience it together. Story 1. It all began on Friday, March 15, 2013, in Jay County. Situated in the southwestern part of Taiwan, the spring season had arrived, yet the weather felt unusually oppressive, with a steady downpour continuing throughout the day and night. That afternoon, the Shuxing Township Police Station in Jay County received an urgent request for investigative assistance from the Datong Police Station in Sanan District, New Taipei City. The request was specific. The Shuxing police were to conduct a search for a victim's body in public restrooms within their jurisdiction. Earlier that very morning, the Datong police had received an anonymous letter from the city of Tan. The letter was not signed, and the handwriting was both bizarre and erratic, with a font that was abnormally small. What caught the attention of the officers, however, was the peculiar way in which each letter seemed to be written multiple times, as if the sender was intentionally trying to obscure their identity or deliberately distort the message. Initially, the police suspected that the letter might be a cruel prank, but as one officer curiously opened it, the contents sent a chill down his spine. The letter read, "There is a dead body in a public restroom, 200 meters from the temple. Please bury it properly. I have no money for funeral expenses. Thank you." While the authenticity of the letter could not be immediately verified, the police recognized that it was a matter of great urgency and could not be dismissed lightly, as it involved a potential loss of life. They quickly sent out a formal request for help from the Shuxing Police Station in Jay County. Upon receiving this notification, the Shuxing police took swift action, holding an emergency meeting to organize their response. Officers were immediately dispatched to inspect public restrooms throughout the area while keeping in constant contact with the Sanan police to exchange information and ensure the investigation moved forward as quickly and smoothly as possible. As the sun set and the night began to settle over Shuxing Township, a sense of unease pervaded the air. After 3 grueling hours of searching, the police finally stumbled upon a clue. One officer, conducting a sweep near the Shuxing Temple at the heart of town, made a startling discovery. The temple, a historic site that dates back to the Ming Dynasty, had undergone numerous renovations over the years and was a popular location for local worshippers. As the officer entered a public restroom nearby, she immediately noticed something out of the ordinary. A plastic bag rested on the lid of a toilet tank, its presence unusual enough to warrant further investigation. She instinctively sensed that this could be more than a mere piece of litter and called for backup. Given the details provided in the letter, this seemed to be the precise location where the body was meant to have been discarded. However, the plastic bag was about the size of a basketball, far too small to contain a full body. Initially, the officers speculated that it could be the body of an infant. But as they cautiously opened the bag, they uncovered an unexpected and horrific sight. Inside the bag was another plastic bag, the kind commonly used in supermarkets, followed by 2 more layers. Each layer revealed more items: a woven bag, a jacket, a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and women's underwear, all carefully layered over 7 total layers. When the final layer was peeled back, the horror became evident. A severed head was revealed. The gruesome sight left the officers frozen in shock. A young, newly recruited officer could not contain her reaction and vomited immediately at the scene. Based on the size and structure of the head, it was immediately clear that the victim was an adult. The surface of the head was strangely covered with a thick layer of salt, giving it the distinct odor of cured meat. Inside the jacket, officers discovered a piece of paper with the words, "S. Yuan Chan wanting," written in large, repeated handwriting, which matched the peculiar style of the anonymous letter received by the Datong police earlier. A forensic examination of the remains provided further chilling details. The victim was a female, estimated to be between the ages of 25 and 35. The head had been severed with a clean, straight cut that indicated the perpetrator was experienced in cutting through flesh. Such a precise cut would be incredibly difficult to achieve on soft or frozen meat. The victim's head likely had been semi-frozen at the time of the severing, and a sharp blade may have been used in the process. to determine the exact weapon used. Further investigation would require locating the rest of the body for comparison. The head itself had undergone a pickling process, causing the skin to shrink and lose moisture, giving it a distinctly shriveled appearance. Professor Yaoan from Taiwan's National Police University explained that the method of pickling, while unusual, could be used to slow decomposition and preserve the body. The advanced decomposition of the head posed a significant challenge in determining the exact time of death, as it would be more difficult to estimate if the head had been both frozen and pickled. Forensic expert Henry Lee also weighed in, suggesting that the use of salt could have been a deliberate effort to prevent decomposition, stop the growth of fly larvae, and reduce the overpowering stench of decay. The plastic bag containing the head itself became a crucial piece of evidence, as it could potentially reveal important clues through the analysis of fingerprints and DNA. Furthermore, the anonymous letter, along with the peculiar handwriting, offered the police valuable insights into the psychological state of the suspect, potentially connecting various pieces of the puzzle. While the investigation was underway, the police attempted to trace the origin of the anonymous letter. The letter had been sent from the city of Tan, but the stamp on the envelope indicated it had come from New Taipei City, clearly suggesting that the return address was false. This complication made it difficult for the police to trace the letter's origins. But the name written in the letter, Qinwen Tang, caught their attention. By cross-referencing missing persons reports, the police discovered that there were 64 people named Qinwen Tang. However, the note inside the plastic bag also mentioned San Yuan, allowing the police to narrow down their search to the San Yuan district of New Taipei City. After thorough vetting, they identified a woman who had gone missing recently and matched the age profile of the victim. The police quickly contacted her family, hoping for a breakthrough. Soon after, a mother and her eldest son arrived to identify the body. Despite the severe decomposition, the mother recognized her daughter by the missing upper teeth and the distinctive outfit that she had personally purchased for her daughter. Overcome with grief, the mother collapsed in tears, unable to accept the heartbreaking reality. The identification was later confirmed through DNA analysis, which confirmed the victim's identity as Chan Wan Tang, a 34-year-old woman. Chan Wan Tang's mother, Qin Mu, had 5 children. The eldest daughter, a successful businesswoman, had a busy fruit trade in Qiong City, and Qin Mu had frequently traveled to Qiong with her eldest and youngest sons to assist with the business. Her second son, Qin Fu, and youngest daughter, Tang, lived in Sanyuan. Due to Tang's mental health struggles, her mother would visit her regularly. However, in December 2012, after a visit with her daughter, Tang's family informed Qin Mu that her daughter had disappeared. Despite efforts to find her, the family had been unable to track her down, and the police were informed of her disappearance. Sadly, 3 months later, the family was still searching for Tang, unaware that she had already met a tragic end. The mother received news about her daughter, but what she had hoped would be good news turned out to be tragic. Her daughter, Tang, whose real name was Qinu Wei, was born in 1978 in New Taipei City. At the time of her disappearance, she was just 34 years old. From a young age, Tang was known for her remarkable beauty and delicate features, with long hair that resembled a doll's flowing locks. At school, she was often referred to as the campus beauty, a title that many of her peers admired her for. Her stunning looks even caught the attention of some in the entertainment industry, with several people hoping to make her a star. However, life took an unexpected turn for Tang when she was just 15 years old and in junior high school. It was then that she began associating with a bad crowd. Under their influence, she began neglecting her studies, skipping school, and frequenting bars. She started to drink, smoke, and eventually fell into the dangerous world of drugs. By the time she was 18, she found herself dealing with an unintended pregnancy. Despite her family's pressure to have an abortion, Tang decided to keep the child and marry the father, defying her family's strong objections. 9 months later, she gave birth to a baby girl. After the birth of her daughter, Tang moved with her husband to Tan City. However, her happiness was short-lived. Not long after their relocation, her husband enlisted in the military and, during his service, had an affair. Their marriage, which lasted only 4 years, ultimately ended in divorce. At just 22, Ting returned to her family home in San Yuan, where she lived with her second brother, Jifu. The collapse of her marriage was a major blow to Ting's mental health and marked a turning point in her life. She fell into a deep depression and even contemplated suicide. Though she survived, her emotional scars lingered, and she continued to struggle with her mental health. Her behavior became erratic, with neighbors often seeing her wearing heavy makeup, wandering the streets in her pajamas, and exhibiting strange, unpredictable behavior. In an effort to help her daughter find peace, her mother decided to change her name from Shui to Ting, believing a fresh start might help her turn her life around. However, most of the neighbors were unaware of the name change and continued to call her by her old name, Shui. As investigations into her life and disappearance progressed, the police discovered that Ting had a history of drug use, though it was unclear whether she had completely stopped. Authorities confirmed that she had a strong smoking habit, despite her family frequently giving her money. It was never enough to support her growing need for financial resources. Ting's lavish lifestyle, coupled with her addiction and emotional turmoil, led her to resort to selling her body for sex. She turned to men of all kinds, including gangsters and taxi drivers, charging 500 new Taiwan dollars, roughly $15 US, for intercourse and 50 to 100 new Taiwan dollars for fondling. Eventually, she began bringing home a new man every day, which caused increasing frustration for her mother and brother. Despite their attempts to intervene, they felt powerless to stop her descent. The police, following these leads, speculated that Ting may have been killed following a violent conflict with one of her customers. DNA evidence found on a pair of panties wrapped around her head matched that of an unknown man. The police began to investigate her past lovers, eventually identifying a taxi driver who had previously been involved with her. However, the results of the investigation were inconclusive. Although the DNA on the panties matched his, there was no clear motive or substantial evidence linking him to the crime. Further investigation revealed that Ting had indeed changed her name some years prior, a fact that many people were unaware of. Interestingly, a letter sent to the police station included her new name, suggesting that the sender was someone close to her. Interviews with several of her neighbors soon led the police to a crucial discovery. One neighbor mentioned that Ting had once confided in them, claiming that her brother, Jifu, had sexually assaulted her. However, due to her mental health struggles, her allegations were dismissed by those around her as the ravings of a troubled mind. Another neighbor revealed a disturbing incident that occurred earlier that year. They described how, in March, their sewage system began emitting a terrible rancid odor, accompanied by chunks of meat and grease. The smell was unbearable, prompting the neighbor to approach Jifu for help. Normally difficult to interact with, Jifu surprisingly became unusually talkative and even offered to help clear the drain. This behavior struck the neighbor as odd, and, in the end, the neighbor had to clean the drain themselves. The investigation into Ting's life and the events surrounding her death uncovered an alarming detail. Jifu had purchased life insurance for his sister, Ting, from several insurance companies. Starting in 2011, the total amount of coverage was a staggering 6.36 million new Taiwan dollars, roughly $165 US. This revelation led the police to speculate that the case might be one of insurance fraud, and Jifu quickly became the primary suspect. Further inquiries into Jifu's personal life revealed that he had recently married a woman named Luo Mo, originally from Fujian, China. After the incident, Luo returned to Fujian for a family funeral, purchasing a one-way ticket. However, her actions raised suspicions. Luo, a 22-year-old woman from a wealthy family, appeared to have a much more stable background compared to Jifu, whose family history was more modest. His father had passed away over 15 years ago. His mother had no official job, and Jifu had been living with his younger sister. Luo and Jifu had met in February 2012, and after dating for a while, she found him to be kind, considerate, and hardworking. He was a non-smoker, non-drinker, and seemed genuinely caring. These traits led Luo to marry him after a short courtship. Although her family did not demand a dowry, Jifu voluntarily gave Luo 260.000 new Taiwan dollars as a gift, a gesture that touched her deeply. However, after the marriage, things began to change. Jifu became increasingly stingy, refusing to provide for Luo as he had during their courtship. He did not even buy her a wedding ring, and Luo had to purchase one for herself. On October 30, 2012, Luo arrived in Taiwan, only to find that her brother-in-law was missing. When she inquired about her sister-in-law's whereabouts, Jifu insisted that Ting had gone missing. He described his sister disparagingly, claiming she was a bad person, with a history of drug use and unsavory friends. Luo later met with her mother-in-law, but neither of them expressed any concern over Ting's disappearance. It was as if they were indifferent to her well-being. Luo began to notice strange behavior in her husband and mother-in-law. They often had secretive, incomprehensible conversations, and when Luo asked about their discussions, they would dismiss her inquiries, claiming it was nothing. Additionally, Luo noticed a strange, foul smell emanating from Ting's room, which she couldn't explain. When she suggested that the room might need cleaning, Jifu grew angry and scolded her harshly. He insisted that the smell was simply oil smoke coming from outside the window. But Luo felt uneasy about the entire situation. She kept quiet, deciding not to bring up the cleaning issue again. As time went on, Luo's fear of her husband grew. She no longer dared to question him, and the more she observed him, the more unsettling his behavior became. Jifu, once calm and considerate, had turned into someone cold, aggressive, and controlling. He would often belittle and insult her over the smallest of disagreements, even telling her bluntly, "I bought you, and everything about you belongs to me." This disturbing shift in Jifu's behavior made Luo fear for her safety, and she began to suspect that there was much more to her sister-in-law's disappearance than anyone had let on. 2 months after the shocking incident, on February 26, 2013, Luo hastily returned to China, never to return to Taiwan again. During the subsequent investigation, Taiwanese authorities reached out to Mo, who had already returned to China, to inquire about the reason for her abrupt departure. Mo responded, claiming, "My aunt passed away, and I had to go back to attend her funeral." When asked about the discovery of Ting's severed head in Shuang Township, Ji County, she denied any knowledge, saying, "I didn't know anything about it. I only knew that Ting had been missing for a while." However, in a later confession to the local police in Fuan, Mo revealed a chilling truth. She admitted, "I accidentally saw a frozen head in my husband's refrigerator, but I had no idea whose it was. Out of fear for my safety, I fled back to China as quickly as possible." She continued to describe how, when she first arrived in Taiwan, Jifu had suggested that she purchase insurance, but due to complications with her residence permit, the plan was never carried out. Mo confided, "Every time I think back on that moment, I feel an overwhelming sense of fear." It was revealed that Jifu, the key suspect in the crime, worked as a chef at a self-service restaurant in the Sanyan district of New Taipei City. The restaurant owner recalled that Jifu had been employed there for several years, known for his diligence and seldom taking time off. However, on March 12 and 13, he suddenly requested a leave of absence, claiming that he needed to thoroughly clean his house. Additionally, he borrowed a pair of rubber gloves and a kitchen knife from the restaurant. 2 days later, on March 14, Jifu returned to work, but strangely, he did not return the knife. The restaurant owner found this odd, yet dismissed it, assuming it was just an unimportant oversight. Further investigation by the police uncovered Jifu's mobile phone location records, which placed his phone in Shuang Township, Ji County, on March 13, right where the severed head had been discovered. Surveillance footage revealed even more disturbing details. At 4 a.m. on March 13, Jifu was seen leaving his home in Sanyuan, New Taipei, carrying 3 large black trash bags. By 5 a.m., he was at New Taipei train station, disguised in a black jacket, wig, sunglasses, and a mask, with the black bags now replaced by a single white plastic bag. At 10:46 a.m., Jifu was observed boarding a bus bound for Ji County, carrying the white plastic bag. He disembarked near a street in Shuang Township and walked towards a public restroom by the Mashong Tangan Temple. 10 minutes later, he returned without the white bag. Based on these findings, the police believed Jifu had intentionally disguised himself and disposed of his sister's body in Shuang Township. But he persistently denied all involvement. when shown a photo of the severed head and asked to identify whether it belonged to his sister. Ting, Jifu refused to answer, claiming it was too painful to confront. The authorities suspected that the black trash bags seen in the footage contained the remaining parts of Ting's dismembered body. And they theorized that Jifu's residence was the crime scene. A search warrant was quickly obtained, and the police raided his home, a modest two-bedroom apartment. Upon entering, they found blood stains in the grout between bathroom tiles and the closet of Ting's former bedroom. DNA samples believed to be human were also found on the handle of a knife and a rice cooker in the kitchen. Lab tests later confirmed that the blood and DNA matched that of Ting. Forensic experts also analyzed notes and letters found at the scene, which were determined to have been written by Jifu. Despite the handwriting appearing to be copied, certain distinctive characteristics of the letters matched his personal notebook. Despite these overwhelming findings, the police had not located the rest of Ting's body. A neighbor living below Jifu reported seeing an unusual amount of minced meat leaking from the drain in his apartment, leading investigators to suspect that Jifu had dismembered his sister's body, ground the remains, and flushed them down the drain. Although the authorities even checked the septic tank, they were unable to find any useful evidence due to the time lapse. At 3:48 a.m. on March 18, the police arrested Jifu on suspicion of murder. He was dressed in camouflage, wearing a helmet, and limping as he was escorted by officers to the Shoushang police station in Ji County for further interrogation. Faced with mounting evidence, Jifu eventually confessed to killing his sister. However, when asked why he committed the crime, he gave an eerie response, claiming, "Aliens told me to do it. It wasn't my own intention." Jifu, 38 years old, born in 1975 in New Taipei City, was the third child in a family with an older sister and brother, as well as a younger sister and brother. After completing middle school, Jifu pursued a career as a chef. In the years leading up to the incident, he had changed jobs frequently due to unstable employment conditions. He had never married or had children. In February 2012, Jifu was introduced to a woman named Lumo from Fujian. They met and eventually married. To those around him, Jifu appeared to be a quiet, sincere individual, with few friends and a tendency to stay home. His colleagues and employers described him as hardworking, though some neighbors found his behavior unsettling. He would often sit motionless on his motorcycle and, when encountering acquaintances, would smile awkwardly, creating a sense of discomfort. Beneath this unremarkable facade, however, Jifu harbored disturbing tendencies. He was an obsessive, extreme fan, the type of person who stalks and surveils celebrities, even taking covert photos and gathering personal information. When the police searched his belongings, they found a disturbing notebook filled with crude love letters to his idol, the actress Jia Cha. Along with these letters, Jifu had sent her nude photos of himself, declaring her to be his wife and threatening to prevent her from filming kissing scenes with anyone else. In one shocking instance, he even sent her a stack of used toilet paper, smeared with his own semen. Jifu displayed no shame in these perverse actions, and when questioned by the police, he expressed his twisted excitement, his face betraying a disturbing sense of pleasure. In early 2011, Jifu had begun purchasing life insurance policies for his sister, Ting, with him and their mother as the designated beneficiaries. However, due to his inability to pay the premiums, one of the policies was eventually cancelled. The authorities began to suspect that Jifu might have been motivated by a desire to claim the insurance money, potentially committing the murder as part of a fraudulent scheme. Jifu, however, denied this, stating, "I only have a mortgage of 300.000 new Taiwan dollars, around $99.500, and a monthly income of 40.000 new Taiwan dollars, approximately $1.300, so I was not under financial pressure. The insurance was just a way to provide extra protection for my family." Investigations also revealed that by December 2011, Jifu had begun planning to obtain a mental disorder certification. His older brother was on psychiatric medication, and his sister Ting had her own mental health struggles. Seizing on this family history, Jifu used it as a basis to obtain medications for himself. In March 2012, he successfully acquired a certificate for a moderate mental disorder. To avoid attracting attention from neighbors, He began bringing black trash bags into his apartment in batches, seemingly preparing for the horrific act he would later commit. On the night of December 9, 2012, the air grew cold, and as the evening settled in, their mother decided to visit their older brother's house in Kyong after returning from a trip to the countryside. Little did anyone know, it was on that fateful night that Jafu's dark plan would unfold. He was abruptly awakened by a flurry of phone calls and overheard his sister arranging illicit meetings and engaging in prostitution with multiple men. The discovery filled him with a deep sense of betrayal and disgust. And in a moment of raw anger and frustration, he made the chilling decision to take her life. The motive behind this act seemed to be a twisted mix of rage and revenge. After carrying out the gruesome act, Jafu did not act impulsively but instead attempted to preserve the remains of his sister in a disturbing manner. He applied salt to her head in a desperate effort to prevent decomposition. A macabre attempt to keep her body from disintegrating. The rest of her remains were left in her room, untouched for months. It wasn't until March 12 or 13, 2013, that he finally disposed of her remains, spreading them in a secluded area. In a final, grim act of deception, Jafu wrapped his sister's underwear, marked with traces of another man's semen, around her head, hoping it would mislead the authorities into thinking the murder was a result of some other unexplained act. However, as days passed without any investigation into the scene, Jafu grew increasingly paranoid. He left the head in the bathroom, unsure of what the cleaning staff might do with it. What if they find it and dispose of it, he wondered. Realizing the danger his plan could be in, the fear of being caught overwhelmed him. What if the police could not confirm that his sister was dead? In that case, he might have to wait an agonizing 7 years before she was officially declared missing, which would delay his chance to collect her life insurance. Unable to wait that long, he took desperate action, sending an anonymous letter to the Sanyuan police station on March 15, hoping it would hasten the discovery of her remains. 6 months later, in June 2013, the case went to trial. The courtroom became a battleground for justice, with Jafu charged with both murder and fraud. As the trial began, a surprising turn of events occurred. Jafu suddenly reversed his stance, claiming innocence. Despite his earlier admission, during the proceedings, his behavior became increasingly erratic. He began to insist that aliens had implanted a chip in his brain and were tracking him using lasers. This strange testimony led the court to question his mental state, and he was sent to National Taiwan University Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. The results, however, revealed that Jafu's mind was completely intact, showing no signs of any mental illness or abnormality. In the aftermath of the trial, the G County Court delivered its verdict. Jafu was found guilty of murder and fraud and sentenced to death. However, the defense was not satisfied with this outcome and decided to appeal. In March 2015, the appeal was heard, and the court took into account Jafu's filial piety toward his mother, who had cared for the victim, his sister Ting, for many years. The appellate judges considered the emotional toll on their mother, who had already lost her daughter. If Jafu were to be executed, it would mean losing another child. In light of this, the sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. This decision sparked public outrage, with many questioning how a man who claimed to honor his mother could commit such a brutal act to fraudulently collect insurance money. Despite the controversial ruling, the case was considered closed, but the mystery surrounding it continued to stir the imagination of the public. Rumors soon began circulating about a ghostly woman haunting a public restroom at Mishang Yuan Temple. The legend spoke of eerie cries that echoed through the night, the sound of a woman mourning her death. Some even claimed to have seen a figure in a white dress wandering the restroom. As the ghostly tales spread, the restroom was eventually demolished and rebuilt, and the supernatural stories slowly faded into obscurity. The tragic story of a seemingly ordinary family, torn apart by the brutal actions of a brother, left a lasting scar on the community. What began as a tragic family dispute evolved into a horrific crime, with consequences that no one could have predicted. In another part of the world, around 5:30 p.m. on July 9, 2007, the tranquility of Gainer Road in Jinan City, Shandong Province, China, was shattered by a devastating explosion. The blast was so powerful that it obliterated a Honda car, leaving the driver's body parts scattered across nearby storefronts. A nearby taxi was also engulfed in flames, leaving its driver severely burned. The force of the explosion also injured a fruit vendor who was struck in the neck by flying debris and required over 10 stitches. The scene was chaotic, with bystanders frantically trying to make sense of what had just happened. Some speculated it was a routine traffic accident, while others wondered if a fuel tank had exploded in a collision. Yet, the magnitude of the destruction raised doubts in the minds of witnesses. Could an ordinary accident, or a mere fuel tank explosion, have caused such devastation? The questions lingered, and as police arrived on the scene, they confirmed one fatality, one injury, and significant damage to several vehicles. The scale of the explosion left the investigators with one pressing question: was this a tragic accident? Or had something far darker occurred? As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this was no ordinary accident. The detectives discovered that the explosion was caused by TNT, a military-grade explosive. This shocking revelation pointed to something far more sinister, a premeditated murder. Through forensic analysis, the victim was quickly identified as 31-year-old Lu Hing, a woman living in a luxurious apartment. What made this case even more unsettling was her position as a senior political official in the Jinan Municipal Land Resources Bureau and her role as the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee. The tragic death of a state official in such a brutal manner sent shockwaves through the city, and the case quickly escalated to a higher level of investigation. As detectives pieced together the puzzle, they were left with agonizing questions. Who could harbor such hatred to kill a government official in such a brutal way? And what was the motive behind Lu Hing's murder? While it appeared that all traces of the crime had been erased by the explosion, a surprising breakthrough came when investigators found a shattered mobile phone and a remote control device in a nearby trash can. Further investigation led to a shocking discovery. The SIM card of the mobile phone was traced back to Chen Ji, a 50-year-old deputy team leader of the 3rd Squadron of the Jinan Municipal Public Security Bureau. This connection immediately raised suspicions, as TNT, the explosive used in the murder, was a tightly controlled material that could only be accessed by individuals in specialized positions. The investigation took a further twist when police questioning revealed that a police car, belonging to Chinji's security team, had been seen near the scene just before the explosion. Surveillance footage and other investigative methods confirmed this, and evidence found in Chinji's vehicle matched the explosive residues from the scene. This pointed directly to Chinji as the perpetrator. A deeper search into the victim's home revealed even more damning evidence. Among the photos found in Lu Hing's residence were intimate pictures of her with a man, none other than Danan Ahi, the director of the Standing Committee of the Jinan Municipal People's Congress. The discovery of their relationship raised new questions. Was this a crime of passion? Or was there a deeper, more complex motive behind this horrifying murder? The police were now tasked with unraveling the truth behind Lu Hing's tragic death. The investigators initially identified 3 primary suspects in the shocking explosion case: Hing's ex-husband, who might still harbor resentment from their past; Chinji, the enigmatic and suspicious deputy team leader; and Ahi, the secret lover of the victim. Each of these individuals had both the motive and the capability to orchestrate such a brutal act. As the police delved deeper into the case, they quickly eliminated Hing's ex-husband from suspicion due to a strong alibi. However, just as the investigation seemed to be narrowing, an unexpected revelation shifted the entire course of their inquiry: the concealed relationship between Chinji and Ahi. Chinji was not merely an ordinary police officer, nor just a suspect with questionable behavior. He was, in fact, Ahi's nephew-in-law. This revelation struck the investigative team like a bolt of lightning, splitting the darkness of uncertainty and hinting at an even more intricate conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes. The case took a decisive turn on July 11, merely 3 days after the explosion. With irrefutable digital and physical evidence, including crucial data extracted from mobile devices, the authorities arrested Chinji and Qingda. The interrogation that followed was cloaked in a deceptive air of civility, presented as nothing more than an informal tea session. However, beneath the surface, tension ran high. As a seasoned police officer, Chinji quickly recognized the gravity of his situation. He understood that if his colleagues had tracked him down with such precision, they must have secured evidence that was beyond denial. Cornered and aware that resistance was futile, Chinji confessed to the entire crime, revealing that he had acted under the direct orders of Eiji. 4 days after the horrific explosion, another, even greater shockwave shook the political sphere of Jinan. Eiji, the esteemed and seemingly untouchable director of the Standing Committee of the Jinan Municipal People's Congress, was apprehended by a joint task force comprising the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the Provincial Public Security Department, and the Provincial Procuratorate. It was a moment that sent ripples through the highest echelons of power. During his interrogation, Eiji faced an overwhelming mountain of evidence. Within just an hour, the facade of his authority and dignity crumbled. Stripped of his political armor, he admitted to orchestrating the explosion that took place on July 9, coldly acknowledging that he had used his own nephew-in-law as a pawn to carry out the act. Yet, even in his confession, he displayed no genuine remorse. Instead, his regret was chillingly pragmatic. Not that he had taken a life, but that his chosen method had been flawed. With haunting indifference, he stated that if given another chance, he would still eliminate Hing, only this time, he would opt for a more discreet and foolproof approach. His words bore no trace of sorrow for the woman who had once been his lover. Only a deep-seated resentment that had festered over time. What could have caused such love to morph into hatred so profound that it culminated in murder? The answer unraveled through Eihai's own testimony, peeling back the layers of a tragic history that began 14 years prior. Born on January 17, 1946, Danon Eiji came from a humble farming background. His childhood was fraught with hardship, waking at dawn to cut grass, herding buffalo under the relentless sun and laboring into the night to feed the pigs. A deep scar on the back of his left hand, a remnant of a wood-cutting accident, stood as a permanent testament to those difficult years. But adversity did not dampen his ambition. With sheer perseverance, he achieved what no one in his village had before. He passed the entrance exam to Zhanjian University in 1965, becoming the first college student from his community. His success was heralded as a phoenix rising from humble origins, and he did not disappoint those who had placed their faith in him. His academic achievements paved the way for a political career that would ascend rapidly. Buoyed by his intelligence, strategic mind, and unparalleled ability to navigate the corridors of power, even at the peak of his career, Eiji maintained the unpretentious charm of his rural upbringing. During visits to his hometown, he insisted that his chauffeur drop him off outside the village so he could walk the dirt roads on foot, greeting old acquaintances and inquiring about their lives. These gestures cemented his reputation as a principled and incorruptible official, a man who remained grounded despite his towering political stature. However, destiny took an unexpected turn when a young woman named Lu Hing entered his life. In 1996, Eiji was transferred to Lane, Shandong Province, for a new position that promised further advancement. His wife, employed at a provincial hospital, was unable to accompany him. As a result, he found himself alone in an unfamiliar city, residing in a guest house provided by his agency. To ensure his comfort, the administration assigned an 18-year-old staff member, Lu Hing, to attend to his needs. Hing was diligent, thoughtful, and meticulous in her care for Eiji. She handled his laundry, prepared his meals, and anticipated his every need, down to having his toothpaste ready each morning. In the solitude of his new assignment, her attentiveness became a comforting presence. Over time, the lines between duty and affection blurred. To Hing, Eiji was not just an official, he was a man of power and influence, exuding a magnetic authority that was difficult to resist. Despite their 30-year age gap, a secret romance blossomed between them. When Eiji was reassigned to Jinan, logic dictated that their affair should have ended. However, unable to sever ties with his young lover, he took his first misstep down a dangerous path. Leveraging his power, he arranged for Hing to be transferred to a company affiliated with the Shandong Provincial Electronics Industry Bureau. He secured a private apartment for her, crafting a clandestine life parallel to his official one. As his career soared, so too did the comfort and luxury he provided for Hing. She became his well-kept secret, a shadow in the corridors of his success. By late 1997, with another promotion elevating his influence. Ahi orchestrated a new position for Hing at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He bought her an additional apartment, a car, and ensured that she lived in opulence. Under his protective wing, Hing gained a reputation in Jinan. Her name carried weight, and even senior officials treated her with deference. She seized the opportunity to elevate not just herself but her entire family. Through pillow talk and subtle persuasion, she convinced Ahi to arrange prestigious jobs and household registrations for her parents and younger sister, weaving them into the very fabric of his empire. What began as an illicit romance gradually morphed into an insatiable hunger for wealth and power. Hing's ever-growing demands forced Ahi to compromise his once pristine principles. To fund her lavish lifestyle, he started accepting bribes, justifying each act as a necessary means to maintain control over the life he had built. When whispers of his corruption reached his wife, her response was unexpectedly composed. Instead of seeking a divorce, she pleaded with him to abandon his reckless path before it was too late. Ahi feigned compliance, assuring her that he had severed ties with Hing. Yet, in reality, their affair grew even more discreet, hidden beneath layers of deception. In a move designed to maintain appearances, Hing married a doctor, but the truth remained unchanged. Her heart and loyalty still belonged to Ahi. Their story was a ticking time bomb, a tale of unchecked ambition, misplaced trust, and the ultimate betrayal. The explosion that took Hing's life was not just the end of a secret affair. It was the culmination of years of power struggles, manipulation, and a love story twisted beyond recognition. The truth was finally laid bare when Duan Yihai's doctor husband uncovered the clandestine affair and promptly filed for divorce. The revelation sent shockwaves through both families, leaving behind a trail of broken trust and shattered relationships. Ironically, Yihai's illicit love affair did not only destroy his own household but also led to the collapse of his lover's marriage. The once passionate romance had now become a bitter entanglement, steeped in betrayal, resentment, and an insatiable hunger for power. For Haiping, the sense of betrayal, pain, and abandonment slowly morphed into an unquenchable greed. If she could not possess Yihai's heart entirely, then she would squeeze every last ounce of influence and material wealth from him. A twisted logic took root in her mind. If love was out of reach, then power and luxury would have to suffice as compensation for her precarious future. Her demands escalated, and her patience wore thin. By 2006, Haiping's ambitions had outgrown her current position, and she demanded a transfer to a more prestigious government office. As always, Ahi abused his authority to have her placed in the Land Resources Bureau. But the hunger within her was insatiable. Nothing seemed to be enough. Soon, she set her sights on something grander. She wanted a luxurious 1.400 square foot apartment and the latest car model. These material possessions became both her sanctuary and her prison, as she spent countless lonely nights waiting for Yihai's hurried visits, often arriving at 10 p.m. and leaving just as quickly. Her world was one of gilded isolation, a stark contrast to the passion she had once believed in. But Haiping's true desire went beyond wealth. She yearned for legitimacy. The years spent as the shadowy mistress had taken their toll. She longed to step into the light, to be recognized as Yihai's rightful wife, to erase the shame of secrecy. Yet, for Ahi, she had always been a fleeting indulgence, never a partner for life. The thought of making their relationship official was absurd to him. As their arguments intensified, Haiping, emboldened by desperation, began to use their secret as a weapon. She threatened to expose Ahi, wielding their relationship like a double-edged sword. The very man who had once lavished her with gifts and status now saw her as a liability, a danger to his carefully constructed empire. To him, she was no longer a lover but a loose end that needed to be tied permanently. Yihai's fury grew with every demand, every threat. He felt betrayed. After all he had done for her, she had dared to challenge him. The fear of exposure gnawed at him, transforming into something darker, something more sinister. If Haiping would not stay silent, then she had to be silenced. But such an act required careful execution. He needed someone reliable, someone indebted to him, someone who would not question the command. After many sleepless nights, he settled on Chinji, his nephew-in-law, a man whose very career had been shaped by Yihai's influence. As a police officer, Chinji owed his position entirely to his benefactor, and Ahi was ready to cash in on that debt. The unspoken ties of family, power, and corruption bound them together, making Chinji the perfect tool for Ihai's dark intentions. During the Lunar New Year of 2007, Chinji visited Ihai's home, unaware that his fate was about to take a horrifying turn. Over an intimate conversation, Ahi revealed his predicament, expressing a need for Hyping to be dealt with. Chinji, without hesitation, agreed. He owed his entire career to Ahi. This was simply another task, a service repaid in blood. Initially, they plotted a staged traffic accident, a seemingly foolproof plan. However, Hyping rarely ventured onto highways, making a high-speed crash nearly impossible. A misstep could not only leave her alive but also expose them both. With no room for error, the plan was scrapped. Undeterred, Chinji devised a new, more calculated strategy. As a former military engineer, he possessed knowledge of explosives, and he suggested an alternative, a car bomb. Unlike an accident, an explosion would erase all evidence, leaving no trace of foul play. Ahi approved. He supplied Chinji with critical information, Hyping's daily routine, her address, and even her car keys. To execute the plan, Chinji enlisted the help of a trusted associate, Chin Changbin, a skilled mechanic with expertise in remote-controlled devices. The two men worked tirelessly in the secrecy of Changbin's garage, conducting multiple test detonations to ensure success. With 2 kilograms of explosive materials and a precisely tuned remote trigger, they had crafted a weapon of destruction capable of annihilating flesh and metal in mere seconds. However, as the moment of execution approached, something within Chinji wavered. The realization that a single button press could end a human life haunted him. Despite Ihai's relentless pressure, he found himself delaying, hesitating in the face of irreversible consequences. But time was running out. By July 2007, the plan had to proceed. On the afternoon of July 9th, Chinji and Changbin drove to the area where Hyping worked. Armed with the deadly device, they swiftly located her light blue Honda, placed the bomb beneath the driver's seat, and walked away as if nothing had happened. Now, all that remained was to wait. But fate is rarely predictable. Within minutes of planting the device, they lost sight of their target. Panic set in. Chinji, unwilling to leave the mission unfinished, decided on a last-ditch effort. They drove to Jenner Road, a route Hyping often took home, and lay in wait. Changbin stepped out, keeping watch, while Chinji sat in the police car, finger hovering over the detonator. The atmosphere was tense. Vendors and elderly residents lingered nearby, unknowingly witnessing history unfold. As Hyping's vehicle appeared, Changbin made the call. Chinji, hands trembling, pressed the button. A deafening explosion shattered the peaceful evening, sending flames and debris soaring. The car was obliterated, and the unsuspecting woman inside was instantly killed. A nearby street vendor was also injured in the blast. The assassination was complete. In the chaos, the assassins made a critical mistake. An elderly woman, observant and sharp, noticed their hurried retreat, the stranger's tense demeanor, his unfamiliar accent, and the hastily departed police car left an impression on her. She jotted down the license plate, an action that would later crack the case wide open. By July 13th, Ahi was arrested. Within an hour of interrogation, he broke down, confessing not only to the crime but also to a staggering history of corruption. Investigators uncovered bribes totaling 1.69 million yuan, $250, in cash and an additional 1.33 million yuan, $195, in illicit assets. As the trial unfolded, the 3 conspirators displayed varying reactions. Changbin, remorseful, pleaded desperately for mercy, citing his last-minute hesitation as proof of a conflicted conscience. Chinji, determined to evade the death penalty, painted himself as a victim of coercion, but it was Ihai's chilling admission that stunned even the most seasoned prosecutors. When asked if he regretted his actions, his response was devoid of remorse. "I regret only one thing, using explosives. If given another chance, I would still kill her." The court sentenced Ahi and Chinji to death, while Changbin received life imprisonment. As the gavel struck, sealing the fates of Duan Ahi, Chinji, and Changbin, the courtroom fell into a heavy silence. Justice had been served. Yet the air was thick with an unshakable sense of tragedy. What had begun as a love affair had spiraled into a web of deceit, corruption, and murder, an unrelenting pursuit of power that ultimately led to destruction. In the final days before his execution, Ahi showed no remorse. His once proud figure, now a mere shadow of the influential politician he had been, sat quietly in his cold prison cell. His mind was not occupied with guilt, but with the realization that the empire he had built, his career, his reputation, his legacy, had crumbled into nothing. The years of calculated moves, of strategic alliances, of manipulating those around him, had all been reduced to a single, irreversible failure. Chenji, despite his attempts to evade the ultimate punishment, faced the same fate. His betrayal of his duty as a police officer had sealed his end. And in his final moments, he was left to ponder whether blind loyalty had been worth the price of his soul. Changbing, sentenced to a lifetime behind bars, would have decades to reflect on the choices that had led him there, the moment he agreed to take part in a murder that would alter the course of so many lives. Outside the prison walls, the world moved on. The city of Jinan, once shaken by the scandal, gradually resumed its rhythm, but the scars remained, the families left behind, the shattered trust in institutions, the reminder of how ambition, when left unchecked, could lead even the most powerful men to ruin. Story 2. We delve into a chilling case that unfolded in Zillenhot City, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, an incident so shocking and unnerving that it gripped the entire nation of China. The perpetrator, an individual of unnerving intelligence and terrifying cunning, orchestrated a macabre game in which his victims were nothing more than disposable pawns. This harrowing tragedy began on the afternoon of January 2, 2024, at precisely 4 p.m., when the Zillenhot Police Department received a frantic call from a distressed man. His voice trembled with urgency as he uttered the words, "Hello, police. My sister has just been murdered. The killer stabbed her multiple times. Her name is Upping, and she lives in Judy Township. Please send investigators here quickly." Within 10 minutes, law enforcement arrived at the scene, where a cluster of horrified villagers had already gathered around the house. Whispering in hushed, fearful tones, the tension was palpable as officers pushed through the crowd and entered the home. Inside, they discovered a gruesome sight, the lifeless body of a woman, sprawled across the bedroom floor, her form drenched in blood. The victim, later identified as Upping, a 50-year-old homemaker, had suffered multiple stab wounds, the brutal attack leaving her body marred with deep, crimson gashes. Blood soaked the bedding nearby, the stark contrast against the fabric painting a grim tableau of violence. Forensic examiners, working methodically under the weight of the tragedy, assessed the crime scene. They determined that Upping had likely died around 3 p.m., just an hour before her brother's desperate call for help. The blood was still fresh, and her body retained residual warmth, a silent testament to the horror that had recently transpired. The report had been made by Upping's younger brother, Zhang Yute, who lived a mere 300 feet from his sister's home. He recounted to the police that earlier that morning, while he was tending to his work, he received an unexpected phone call from Upping's youngest son, Wang Cheng. The young man's voice had been laden with an uncharacteristic urgency as he requested his uncle to check on his mother. Driven by concern, Zhang rushed to his sister's home, only to be met with a scene of unimaginable horror. Upping, a woman who had lived a quiet and conflict-free life, had been butchered in cold blood. A meticulous examination of the house revealed signs of an apparent robbery. Closets had been rifled through, drawers yanked open in a frantic search for valuables. Yet something about the disorder seemed staged, as if meant to mislead. In the living room, police found an even more peculiar clue, a blood-stained shirt and a pair of men's sneakers, casually discarded. Given that Upping had been home alone, these items raised troubling questions. Had the killer been so brazenly reckless as to leave behind personal belongings? Or was this yet another layer of deception in a sinister, premeditated plan? Investigators turned their attention to the house's entry points, examining doors and windows for any signs of forced entry. Surprisingly, there were none. This suggested that the killer had entered without resistance, possibly even welcomed inside. The implications were chilling. It was likely that the murderer was someone the victim knew and trusted. With the scene secured, police shifted their focus to the family. Zhang Yu provided them with an overview. Upping had been married to Wang Ji, a 55-year-old construction contractor. Together, they had 2 children, Wang Jing, 26, and Wang Cheng, 22. By all accounts, they were a harmonious, close-knit family known for their generosity and kindness. Ying never had enemies. She was a kind woman, dedicated to her family, Zhang said, his voice heavy with grief. If there were disputes, they would have been related to my brother-in-law. Wang Ji, he worked in construction, a competitive business. Maybe he made enemies without knowing it. But Ying? She had no reason to be targeted like this. And why did Wang Cheng call me today? He had no reason to ask me to check on his mother unless he suspected something was wrong. This situation, something doesn't add up. As police combed through these perplexing details, Upping's children, Wang Jing and Wang Cheng, arrived home. The moment they stepped inside, their anguished cries filled the air. They rushed toward their mother's lifeless form, but officers restrained them, allowing forensic experts to continue their meticulous examination. Their pain was raw, their grief overwhelming. Another young man stood beside them, Zhang Lin, Wang Jing's boyfriend, though he wasn't part of the immediate family. His expression mirrored their devastation. When officers finally gathered enough details to start questioning the family, the case took an even more sinister turn. Wang Jing, still reeling from shock, revealed an ominous piece of information. At around 11 a.m. today, I received a message from a man named Zhang Bing. It simply read, "The game has just begun." At first, she had brushed it off as a bizarre prank or a message sent in error. But moments later, another text arrived. This time, the words carried a chilling weight. "I've kidnapped your father. Prepare the ransom money or he will be killed. The amount is 1 million yuan, approximately $235. Do not contact the police." Panic surged through Wang Jing as she dialed her father's number. But there was no answer. Desperate for clarity, she rushed home, hoping it was all a cruel hoax. But when she arrived, only her mother and brother were there. Their father, Wang Ji, had indeed gone out that morning for a business meeting and had yet to return. The reality of the situation began to set in. Another message soon followed. This time, the stakes escalated. The kidnapper claimed to have taken 2 additional hostages, Wang Ji's niece, Shuest Ru, and her husband, Wang Jun. The demand was clear: more money, or more blood would be spilled. As officers absorbed these new revelations, it became apparent that Upping's murder was just one piece of a far more complex and sinister puzzle. A brutal crime, a chilling ransom demand, and a killer who was playing a terrifying game, one in which the rules were yet to be understood. The hunt for the mastermind had begun. At that moment, she unexpectedly received a message from her boyfriend, Zhang Lin. The text was chilling. Her father had been kidnapped, and the captors were demanding a ransom at Zhao Park. Her heart pounded as she quickly replied, telling Zhang Lin that she and her brother were already there. A deep sense of unease settled over her as she and Wang Qing exchanged worried glances. Then, a disturbing realization struck them. Normally, their mother would have been calling them frantically if something was wrong. Yet, strangely, today, there had been complete silence from her. Panic surged through Wang Jing as she hastily dialed their mother's number. But no one answered. The ringing continued, unanswered, fueling her dread. Desperation clawed at her as she called Uncle Yutai, who lived nearby, begging him to check on their mother immediately. But nothing could have prepared them for the horrifying news that followed. Her beloved mother had been brutally murdered in their own home. The siblings were left reeling in shock and anguish, their world unraveling in an instant. The police, upon receiving the case details, immediately recognized that this was far from a simple ransom situation. It was a deeply complex and sinister crime. However, one aspect of the case struck them as particularly odd. Why would a kidnapper use a SIM card registered in his real name to send ransom demands? It seemed reckless, almost as if he wanted to be caught. Furthermore, he had used a bank account under his own identity, making no effort to conceal his trail. It was almost too obvious. Was this arrogance, or was there something more to it? Another perplexing factor was the logistics of the abduction itself. One person alone couldn't possibly kidnap 3 individuals at once. This suggested two possibilities: either the perpetrator was part of a larger criminal group, or he had abducted them separately, executing a calculated and methodical plan. More disturbingly, police suspected that the crime was premeditated. The killer had chosen his moment carefully, striking when he knew Wang Jing and Wang Qing were not home. This indicated that the perpetrator had been watching them, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Could the mastermind behind this be Zhang Bing? Had he deliberately lured Wang Jing and Wang Qing away to create the opportunity to murder Shuai Ping? The growing list of chilling possibilities prompted police to act swiftly. They immediately split into two specialized task forces. One team focused on gathering evidence from the crime scenes, while the other launched an intensive investigation to uncover Zhang Bing's true identity and track down the missing victims. When they examined the bank account used for the ransom demand, investigators discovered a shocking truth. Zhang Bing was not the traffic police officer he had claimed to be. In reality, he was an unemployed drifter from Zionhat with no known occupation and no history of ever being married. This revelation added another layer of mystery to the case. If he was a drifter, what was his real motive for these brutal crimes? With this crucial lead in hand, police mobilized an extensive manhunt in the surrounding areas, distributing Zhang Bing's photograph and questioning locals. Officers combed through guest registries in hotels, reviewed surveillance footage along major highways, and monitored railway stations, key escape routes often used by criminals. Then, a breakthrough, while scrutinizing security footage from the area near the crime scene. Officers spotted Zhang Bing casually walking down a street just 300 feet from where the murder had taken place. His presence there raised immediate suspicions. Had he lingered to ensure that Shuai Ping was dead? On January 4th, the search for Zhang Bing led authorities to a hotel in the city. Hotel staff confirmed that he had checked in but had not yet checked out. Sensing an opportunity, police quickly assembled a tactical team to storm the room. But when they forced open the door, what they found was not what they expected. Lying motionless on the bed was a corpse, cold and lifeless. At first, investigators assumed the body belonged to the suspect himself. However, after careful identification, they made another shocking discovery. The deceased was Wang Jun, the husband of Shou'er Ru and cousin to Wang Jing. A forensic examination placed Wang Jun's time of death at approximately 9 a.m. on January 2nd, predating Shuai Ping's murder. The cause of death, a fatal blow to the head. The gruesome puzzle was beginning to take shape. If Wang Jun had been killed first, then Shou'er Ru and Wang Ji were still unaccounted for. Where were they? Investigators pieced together the timeline. The hotel records showed that Zhang Bing had checked in around 8 a.m. on January 2nd, paying for 10 days in advance and instructing hotel staff not to disturb the room. The fact that no one had checked on it since confirmed their worst fear. Zhang Bing was not just a kidnapper, he was a serial killer. And time was running out to find his remaining victims. Just as the team grappled with this horrifying realization, another devastating discovery came to light. On January 5th, investigators located another hotel room, just 150 feet from the first. The room had been rented using Zhang Bing's driver's license. Bracing themselves for the worst, police entered. There, on the cold floor, lay the lifeless body of Shou'er Ru. The autopsy revealed she had died from mechanical asphyxiation. There were no other injuries, no signs of sexual assault. Her estimated time of death, also January 2nd, barely an hour after her husband's murder. Within a single day, Zhang Bing had coldly and systematically executed 3 people. Now, only Wang Ji remained missing. By this point, hopes for Wang Ji's survival were dwindling. The city was gripped by fear. The brutality of the killings sent shockwaves through the community, leaving residents terrified yet resolute, determined to bring the killer to justice. They flooded police lines with tips and information, vowing to aid in his capture. With urgency mounting, investigators reviewed the case from a broader angle. They scrutinized Zhang Bing's possible connections and motives. According to statements from Zhang Lin and Wang Jing, the victims had all met with Zhang Bing regarding a highway construction project. This revelation raised serious questions. Had Zhang Bing been hired by competitors to eliminate them? Or was there a deeper, personal vendetta at play? The case only grew more baffling. If Zhang Bing had been introduced by Zhang Lin, How could Zhang Lin not have known his true background? Something didn't add up. Then, a crucial lead emerged. On April 10, a taxi driver reported transporting a passenger who matched Zhang Bing's description to Beijing. Security footage from inside the taxi confirmed the passenger was indeed the fugitive. Acting swiftly, Inner Mongolia police coordinated with Beijing authorities, dispatching specialized teams to track him down. However, upon reaching his last known location, officers found that Zhang Bing had already vanished. Inside the abandoned hideout, they discovered medical supplies, iodine solution, bandages, indicating that he might have been injured and was treating himself. This suggested that he was planning a longer escape. Given Beijing's dense population and vast transportation network, capturing him would be significantly harder. To counter this, Inner Mongolia police enacted a three-pronged containment strategy in collaboration with Beijing and H police, tightening their grip around the fugitive. And just in time, new intelligence suggested that Zhang Bing was fleeing toward the northeastern border. Immediately, police issued alerts to border security and law enforcement agencies across 3 northeastern provinces. Then, in an unexpected twist, Zhang Lin, who had been assisting in the investigation, came forward with a chilling revelation. He warned that Zhang Bing was armed and extremely dangerous. The manhunt had entered its most perilous phase yet. Would they catch him before he struck again? Though not yet married to Wang Jane, Zhang Lin appeared profoundly troubled by the devastating events that had befallen her family. His concern was palpable, and he showed a deep commitment to uncovering the truth. With unwavering dedication, he closely followed the investigation, meticulously analyzing the clues the police had gathered. He displayed relentless enthusiasm in supporting the investigative team, offering any assistance he could provide. His proactive involvement made him a valuable source of information, and local authorities took his insights seriously. Upon receiving crucial intelligence from Zhang Lin, local police forces mobilized immediately, equipping themselves with everything necessary to handle any unforeseen developments. The suspect they were pursuing was highly dangerous, and every precaution was taken to ensure a safe but decisive operation. To avoid alarming the suspect and, more importantly, to protect the life of the taxi driver unknowingly transporting him, police opted for a strategic approach. Instead of intervening hastily, they maintained a close but discreet tail on the taxi, waiting patiently for the opportune moment to strike. Their patience paid off when surveillance cameras at a highway toll station provided them with an unexpected advantage. The footage revealed Zhang Bing asleep in the backseat of the taxi, offering law enforcement the perfect window to execute a swift and controlled arrest. As the taxi rolled to a stop at the toll booth, officers sprang into action. Within seconds, they surrounded the vehicle, ensuring there was no escape. The moment the doors swung open, they moved in decisively, subduing the notorious killer with remarkable efficiency. What shocked the police, however, was his lack of resistance. He neither fought nor attempted to flee. Instead, he accepted his fate with eerie compliance, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Following his capture, authorities wasted no time in transporting Zhang Bing back to Inner Mongolia for a thorough interrogation. From the outset, he appeared cooperative, providing a full confession without hesitation. He insisted that he had acted alone, meticulously planning and executing every detail of the crimes without any accomplices. However, seasoned investigators found his narrative suspiciously convenient. His repeated insistence on bearing sole responsibility raised doubts. Was he protecting someone lurking in the shadows? A mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Determined to uncover the full truth, police pressed further. The interrogation took a chilling turn when officers inquired about Wang Ji's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Zhang Bing admitted to murdering him and setting his body ablaze using gasoline. Investigators rushed to the location he identified, but all they found were ashes, silent, grim remnants of an irreversible crime. When asked for his motive, his response was unsettling: "I took revenge for my girlfriend." This revelation sparked more questions than answers. Who was this mysterious girlfriend? What conflict had she endured that could justify such a horrifying spree of violence? Zhang Bing disclosed that her name was Kaylin. According to him, they had been in a long-distance relationship for 2 years. Though they had never met in person, their entire connection existed in the digital realm. limited to phone conversations. Kaylin was a Chinese American, residing in the United States. Tragedy had allegedly struck her family, her father was imprisoned, and her mother had succumbed to illness. Leaving her utterly alone, she had confided in Jiang Bing that she had no family left. He was the only person she could rely on. After handling her mother's funeral, she had planned to return to Beijing, where they would finally meet face to face. Kaylin claimed that her parents had left her a significant inheritance in China, but she feared that Wang Ji's family, along with Wang Jun and his wife, Sharu, were conspiring to seize it. Filled with anxiety over her family's fortune falling into the wrong hands, she had allegedly arranged to fly back on January 30th. That date was supposed to mark both her homecoming and her long-awaited first meeting with Jiang Bing. However, something strange happened. On the day of her expected return, all communication with her ceased. Her phone went silent, her social media profiles showed no activity, and it was as if she had vanished from existence. Jiang Bing became consumed with paranoia, convinced that the Wang family had abducted or murdered her to gain control of her assets. Fueled by rage and desperation, he resolved to uncover the truth and deliver what he believed to be justice. On the morning of January 2, 2024, at approximately 7 a.m., he lured Wang Ji to a secluded field under the guise of discussing a highway construction project. When Wang Ji arrived, Jiang Bing ambushed him, demanding to know Kaylin's whereabouts. Despite relentless questioning, Wang Ji denied knowing anyone by that name. In a blind fury, Jiang Bing stabbed him repeatedly before setting his lifeless body on fire. Ensuring no evidence remained, realizing that his fate was already sealed, either execution or life imprisonment, he made a chilling decision. Since he was destined to pay the ultimate price, he would eliminate every individual he believed posed a threat to his beloved Kaylin. Later that morning, he arranged to meet Wang Jun at a hotel. Once again under the pretense of discussing the highway project, Wang Jun unsuspectingly arrived, only to be struck down the moment he entered the room. Jiang Bing wielded an iron bar, dealing a fatal blow to his skull. The killing spree continued with calculated precision. Using Wang Jun's phone, Jiang Bing texted Sharu, instructing her to meet him at another hotel. She arrived, completely unaware of the deadly trap awaiting her. The moment she stepped inside, he strangled her to death. Just minutes later, he departed, paying for an extended stay and instructing hotel staff not to disturb the room. By 11 a.m., Jiang Bing was en route to the Wang family's residence, where he encountered SHW Ping and her son, Wang Cheng. Realizing he couldn't overpower two people at once, he devised a sinister ruse. He messaged Wang Jing, falsely claiming that her father had been kidnapped and providing a fake ransom location. As soon as Wang Jing and Wang Cheng left in search of their father, Jiang Bing entered the house and brutally murdered SHW Ping. Before leaving, he searched for valuables and, realizing his bloodied clothes would make him stand out, he stripped off his shirt and shoes, abandoning them at the crime scene. Investigators later recovered these items, initially believing they had been left behind by mistake. In reality, Jiang Bing had a calculated purpose, to mislead them into thinking a different suspect was involved. With the Wang family decimated, he fled to Beijing, desperately searching for Kaylin, but she was nowhere to be found. Her absence weighed heavily on him, draining his will to fight. When the police finally caught up with him, he didn't resist. He was unarmed, composed, and ready to surrender. His confession did little to ease the pain of those left behind. Wang Jing and Wang Cheng, drowning in grief, were outraged by his claims. They swore they had never heard of Kaylin, let alone conspired against her. To them, Jiang Bing's justification was baseless, a fabrication constructed to rationalize his monstrous actions. And yet, one mystery remained. Who was Kaylin? If she even existed at all? Police suspected that Jiang Bing's account of the crimes might hold some truth, particularly regarding the enigmatic woman named Kaylin. However, Wang Jing and Wang Cheng consistently denied any knowledge of her existence. This led to a critical question: was Jiang Bing fabricating the story? Or was the Wang family deliberately concealing crucial information? Investigators believed that uncovering Kaylin's identity could provide the key to resolving these uncertainties. However, tracking her down was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, There were no tangible photographs, no verifiable records, and no credible witnesses. Jiang Bing had only interacted with her online, and given the circumstances, there was a strong possibility that Kaylin's identity was entirely fictitious. As the investigation progressed, some officers began noticing inconsistencies in the behavior of Jiang Lin, Wang Jing's boyfriend. Certain actions raised red flags, leading them to question his true involvement. According to Wang Jing's initial statement, Jiang Lin had introduced Jiang Bing to the family during a social gathering, claiming that he worked in the traffic department. This immediately sparked doubt. Did he genuinely believe Jiang Bing's false identity? Or was he complicit in the deception? Further suspicions arose when the team observed Jiang Lin's unusual interest in the ongoing investigation. During the manhunt for Jiang Bing, Jiang Lin seemed overly invested in tracking the police's progress, even more so than the victim's own family members. His persistent inquiries about newly uncovered clues and the suspect's whereabouts were highly irregular. Was he simply assisting the authorities, or did he have ulterior motives? Another crucial inconsistency emerged during Jiang Bing's capture at the toll station. Jiang Lin had reported that Jiang Bing was armed with dangerous weapons. Yet upon apprehension, the suspect was found completely unarmed. Jiang Bing himself denied ever carrying weapons. Why would Jiang Lin make such a false claim? What was his motive for misleading law enforcement? Additionally, Jiang Lin's reaction to the crime scene was strikingly excessive. When shown the site where Wang Jing's mother had been murdered, he exhibited an overwhelming display of grief, far more than even the victim's children. While emotional distress could be attributed to shock, his reaction bordered on theatrical. This prompted authorities to consider whether his sorrow was genuine or an act designed to divert suspicion. To avoid alerting Jiang Lin, police quietly launched a covert investigation into his background. Meanwhile, they privately questioned Wang Jing, subtly presenting their concerns. Wang Jing, initially reluctant to doubt her boyfriend, maintained that Jiang Lin worked at the Inner Mongolia Traffic Police Department. She recalled a specific dinner where Jiang Lin had invited Jiang Bing along, facilitating their acquaintance. The two men had communicated frequently and met on numerous occasions, an interaction level that made it improbable for Jiang Lin to remain ignorant of Jiang Bing's true identity. The situation was increasingly illogical. Determined to verify his claims, the police contacted the Inner Mongolia Traffic Police Department. Their suspicions were confirmed. There was no employee named Jiang Lin. He had been lying all along. When Wang Jing was confronted with this revelation, she was utterly devastated. The man she had loved and trusted had deceived her in ways she could never have imagined. Still grieving the brutal loss of her parents, she now faced the harrowing truth that the person she had envisioned a future with was a fraud. Investigators intensified their scrutiny of Jiang Lin's recent activities, meticulously analyzing surveillance footage from various locations. A breakthrough emerged when they reviewed footage from a gas station on January 1st. It revealed a critical piece of evidence. Jiang Lin's car had stopped at the station. But the person who stepped out to refuel was not Jiang Lin. It was Jiang Bing. This meant that Jiang Bing had been using Jiang Lin's car just before the murders, strongly implying that Jiang Lin had knowledge of the entire crime in advance. Armed with substantial evidence, the police brought Jiang Lin in for questioning. Initially, he attempted to evade their inquiries, providing vague and unconvincing answers. However, when Wang Jing herself confronted him about his fabricated employment and officers presented the surveillance footage, his web of lies unraveled. He confessed, revealing a sinister conspiracy between him and Jiang Bing. According to Jiang Lin's testimony, his relationship with Wang Jing had been a carefully orchestrated deception from the very beginning. He had never truly loved her. It was all part of an elaborate scheme to defraud her family of their wealth. Jiang Lin knew that Wang Jing's family was involved in the construction business, and he saw an opportunity to exploit their financial resources. By posing as a well-connected government official with access to lucrative contracts, he manipulated Wang Jing and her relatives into believing he could secure them a highly profitable highway project. To reinforce this illusion, he enlisted Jiang Bing, instructing him to pose as a high-ranking government contact. Once he had earned their trust, Jiang Lin fabricated details about an upcoming infrastructure deal worth millions. He convinced Wang Jing's family that in order to secure the contract, they needed to provide an initial investment to establish relationships with key figures. Wang Jing was hesitant, but with pressure mounting and promises of immense returns, she, along with her relatives Wang Jun and Shu Ru, handed over a total of 1.7 million yuan, approximately $400. However, there was no highway project. The money was never used for business, it was squandered on Zhang Lin's extravagant lifestyle. As time passed and the supposed deal showed no progress, Wang Jing's family grew suspicious, demanding answers. Faced with exposure, Zhang Lin made a chilling decision. Instead of admitting to fraud, he plotted to eliminate everyone who knew about the scheme. Yet, he was unwilling to carry out the murders himself. He needed a scapegoat. This is where his manipulation of Zhang Bing deepened. Zhang Bing's supposed girlfriend, Kailin, had never existed. 2 years prior, Zhang Lin had created a fake WeChat account, impersonating a woman. Knowing that Zhang Bing was socially awkward and desperate for companionship, he carefully built an illusion of a devoted, loving partner. To further solidify the deception, he occasionally had a female accomplice impersonate Kailin during voice calls. Over time, Zhang Bing fell deeply in love with this fictitious woman, willing to do anything for her. Zhang Lin exploited this blind devotion to his advantage. Using the Kailin account, he fabricated an elaborate crisis. My father has been imprisoned, my mother has died, and our family's assets are under threat. Wang Jing's family is trying to seize my inheritance. I need you, Zhang Bing. Help me protect my parents' legacy. And when I return, we will be together forever. Manipulated by years of emotional conditioning, Zhang Bing believed every word. Blinded by love and loyalty, he became the perfect pawn in Zhang Lin's deadly game. The police had unraveled a crime of unimaginable depth, a story of deceit, manipulation, and murder. What had initially appeared to be a simple case of a lone killer was, in reality, a meticulously orchestrated plot driven by greed and deception. Now, with confessions secured and overwhelming evidence at hand, the final step remained: ensuring justice for the victims and exposing the full extent of Zhang Lin's criminal empire. On January 30th, Zhang Lin made the Kailin WeChat account unreachable, triggering Zhang Bing's suspicion that something was wrong with his girlfriend. Upon returning to China, Zhang Bing feared that the Wang family had kidnapped and killed her to seize her assets. Zhang Lin added more details to fuel his suspicion, convincing Zhang Bing that the Wang family had acted out of revenge. With Zhang Lin's manipulation, Zhang Bing was led to believe that avenging his girlfriend's death was his only option. Zhang Lin masterminded the entire plot, guiding Zhang Bing to systematically target each victim according to his instructions. When questioned by the police about why he reported that Zhang Bing was carrying dangerous weapons during the manhunt, Zhang Lin admitted that he hoped for a confrontation that would lead to Zhang Bing's death. This way, no one would trace the murders back to him. He believed his plan was flawless, but he underestimated the investigation team. The veteran detectives eventually uncovered the truth. Zhang Lin was the mastermind behind the murders. Despite this revelation, Zhang Bing couldn't believe it when the police informed him that the girlfriend he had mourned was never real, just a fictional account created by Zhang Lin to manipulate him. In the trial in Inner Mongolia, Zhang Bing was sentenced to death for the murders. Although he had not directly killed anyone, Zhang Lin was also sentenced to death for orchestrating the killings. This case in Xiling Hot City left society with profound lessons about trust, deception, and the dangers of manipulation. Story 3. Chilling case unfolded in the bustling town of Sanon County, located in the southern region of Hub Province's Anji Autonomous Prefecture. On the afternoon of October 26, 2010, the Sanon County Police Command Center was abruptly alerted by an urgent emergency call. The caller was a middle-aged man named Leon Shiwan, who appeared frantic as he described a disturbing situation unfolding at his home. Shiwan reported that he suspected his house had been broken into and, to make matters worse, his wife had vanished without a trace. Within 30 minutes of receiving the call, the Sanon County Police arrived at the scene. Shiwan's residence was situated in Building 1, Yina Road, within the old Planning Commission residential area of Sanon County. It was an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. Unremarkable in appearance, yet it concealed an unsettling mystery. Prior to the incident, Shiwan had gone on a brief trip to the Uni City area, not returning home until the following afternoon. When he arrived at his apartment, he noticed nothing out of the ordinary at first. Both the lights and the TV in the living room were still on, suggesting that everything was normal. However, as he entered the master bedroom, Shiwan's sense of calm was shattered. The room was in disarray. Clothes lay strewn across the bed, and the drawers of the bedside cabinet and dressing table were wide open. In a state of growing alarm, Shiwan attempted to reach his wife, Zhang Shui, but to his dismay, her phone was switched off, and he was unable to make contact. With a sense of dread rising, Shiwan realized he had no choice but to call the police. As the investigation began, officers combed through the apartment, looking for clues. It wasn't long before they discovered a horrifying sight in the master bedroom's wardrobe. Hidden among the victim's colorful clothing, there, in a curled-up position, was a barefoot woman dressed in jeans. The officers were taken aback by the grim discovery. Upon closer inspection, they uncovered the lifeless body of Shui Shui, her eyes closed, her face unnaturally pale, and no signs of life. At the realization that the body in the closet was indeed his wife, Shiwan was overwhelmed with grief. He rushed to the wardrobe, sobbing uncontrollably. Investigators and forensic experts, who had quickly arrived at the scene, immediately began their analysis. Upon examining the body, forensic experts observed that Shui was fully clothed, and there were no signs of sexual assault. However, a wound on the back of her head was evident, likely caused by a hard object. This suggested that she may have been attacked suddenly and unexpectedly, possibly while in a vulnerable position. The more chilling discovery was the clear strangulation mark around her neck, pointing to the possibility that the victim had been suffocated to death with a rope or similar item. As forensic experts meticulously examined the crime scene, they found no murder weapons. However, they did uncover a blood-stained cloth hidden in the wardrobe, which seemed to have been used by the perpetrator to clean up the area. While numerous fingerprints were found throughout the room, subsequent analysis revealed that these fingerprints belonged only to the victim, Shui, and her husband, Shiwan. This led the investigators to speculate that the killer may have worn gloves to avoid leaving any trace of their identity, and they may have even taken care to erase any incriminating evidence. At first, the police suspected the crime could have been the result of a botched burglary, with the perpetrator eliminating a witness. Yet, further examination of the scene told a very different story. While the master bedroom appeared to have been ransacked, strange inconsistencies arose. Despite the apparent disorder, the majority of the valuable items, gold and silver jewelry, as well as cash, were untouched. Only 3 things were missing: a wedding ring, a pair of earrings, and Shui's mobile phone, with a combined value of less than 5 yuan, about $700. This peculiar detail led investigators to reconsider their initial assumptions. If the crime was a robbery gone wrong, why would the perpetrator leave behind such valuable items? Was it possible that the perpetrator had panicked during the crime and forgotten their original intent? And if so, why did they seem to have the presence of mind to meticulously clean the scene afterward? A closer inspection of the apartment's doors and windows revealed no signs of forced entry. All doors remained intact, and even the cobwebs on the outer walls and the dust on the window sills showed no sign of disturbance. This suggested that the perpetrator had likely entered the apartment in a more subtle manner, perhaps someone familiar to the victim, someone whom she had not been suspicious of. Additionally, the lack of physical signs of entry or exit indicated that the perpetrator had a certain level of skill in avoiding detection. As the investigation continued, the police turned their attention to Shui's social connections. Shui, a renowned folk singer in the Ani Autonomous Prefecture, had gained local fame for her beautiful voice and frequent performances on regional media. Her death, especially under such mysterious circumstances, aroused curiosity throughout the community. Yet, no one seemed to have a clear idea of what had transpired on the night of the incident. Shiwan's account of his wife's death seemed to raise even more questions. According to him, he had spoken with Shui on the evening of October 25th. Just hours before the murder, she was home alone, watching TV and embroidering cloth shoes, a typical evening. According to his description, The forensic experts later determined that Shui's time of death occurred between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on the night of the incident, a time frame that raised further suspicions. If the murder had been committed by an intruder, it would seem illogical for the killer to strike when the victim wasn't fully asleep. Could Shui's death have been driven by personal animosity or a deep-seated conflict? Shui's mother, Chinny Young Fong, vehemently disagreed with the idea that her daughter had been involved in any kind of conflict. Mrs. Chun described her daughter as gentle and kind-hearted, with no known enemies or grudges. Though Shui had previously been married, she had divorced amicably and without any bitterness. Meanwhile, Mrs. Chun, a skilled Tuya ethnic embroidery artisan and a prominent figure in the preservation of Hub Province's cultural heritage, ran a local workshop where Shui often assisted. Mrs. Chun had no way of knowing that her beloved daughter would fall victim to such a brutal crime. As the investigation deepened, the police interrogated everyone in Shui's social circle, including Shiwan's relatives and friends. However, each person was able to provide an alibi. By the afternoon of the second day following the murder, the investigation had reached an impasse. It was at this moment that the police began to notice something unusual about Shiwan's behavior. He seemed disturbingly calm. Almost too calm, for someone who had just lost his wife in such a violent and senseless manner. The police decided to investigate Shiwan's actions before and after the incident. Shiwan claimed that he had gone alone to the Central Hospital in Ani City for a medical checkup on October 25 and didn't return home until the afternoon of October 26. To verify his story, investigators reviewed surveillance footage from the Ani City area. They discovered that at 7:02 p.m. on the night of the murder, Shiwan was seen walking down a street in Ani City. Later, a hotel employee confirmed that Shiwan had been at the hotel around 10 p.m. that evening. Given that the distance from Ani City to Sonon County was approximately 62 miles, it seemed highly unlikely that Shiwan could have made the round trip in time to commit the murder. With Shiwan's alibi seemingly verified, the investigation hit yet another dead end. But the breakthrough that would eventually unravel the truth was lurking in an overlooked corner of the crime scene, waiting to be discovered. 3 days had passed since the chilling incident, yet the air remained thick with unease. Shiwan and Mrs. Chun found themselves at the police station almost every day, desperately seeking updates on the investigation's progress. The local community, abuzz with speculation and whispers, only added to the mounting pressure on law enforcement to crack the case swiftly. Determined to uncover new leads, Deputy Chief of Sonon County Police, Zhang Rongzhang, decided to revisit the crime scene with 2 seasoned technical officers for a more meticulous examination. The victim's room had remained untouched since the incident, meticulously sealed off by the authorities. Everything stood frozen in time, preserving the stark evidence of what had transpired. The perpetrator had gone to great lengths to clean up, leaving behind an almost pristine scene. Yet, this time, through their trained eyes, Rongzhang and his colleagues unearthed a crucial clue, an incomplete shoe print discreetly tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the living room. After precise measurements, forensic experts determined that the print belonged to a size 6 US shoe. This discovery sent ripples of excitement through the investigative team. Shiwan's shoes, which she had worn while entering the crime scene, were size 8.5 US. This immediately ruled her out as the source of the print, affirming that someone else had left it behind. Recognizing the potential significance of this detail, law enforcement expanded their net, once again summoning all individuals linked to Shui and Shiwan for further analysis. This included Shui's ex-husband, Shiwan's ex-wife, and multiple relatives and close acquaintances, a list that now exceeded 20 prime suspects. However, after thorough comparison, every single one of them was eliminated. None of their shoe sizes matched the mysterious size 6 footprint. Although this avenue did not yield an immediate breakthrough, the police remained convinced that the print held an essential, yet to be uncovered clue. Seeking deeper insight, Rongzhang enlisted the expertise of Meng Shane, a renowned footprint specialist from the Hub Provincial Police Department. Upon closer inspection, Shane identified a peculiarity in the footprint's pressure distribution. The toe, front shoulder, and heel bore distinct pressure marks. Yet the arch of the foot was strangely vacant. This anomaly pointed to an intriguing conclusion. The person who left the footprint had been wearing shoes that were too small for them. In other words, the actual shoe size of the perpetrator was likely larger than size 6. Drawing from his extensive experience, Shane deduced that the suspect likely wore a size 8 US shoe, was over 35 years old, stood between 5 feet 5 inches and 5 feet 7, and weighed approximately 143 to 154 pounds. He further noted that the suspect had a medium, slightly lean build. More importantly, the deliberate act of wearing undersized shoes suggested a premeditated attempt to mislead investigators, proof that the perpetrator possessed some knowledge of criminal investigative techniques used by the Chinese police. However, what the suspect failed to anticipate was that forensic science had evolved to an advanced level, particularly in trace analysis. Utilizing a specialized powdering technique, Shane and his team dusted the floors of the crime scene, bringing to light what had previously been invisible to the naked eye. Despite the perpetrator's efforts to wipe the area clean, faint traces of blood and hidden footprints re-emerged, revealing a chilling sequence of events. By carefully analyzing these footprints, the team reconstructed the suspect's movement within the house. The highest concentration of prints was found in the living room, indicating that the murder likely occurred there. The body had then been moved to the master bedroom and concealed inside a wardrobe. Additional bloodied footprints in the dining room and adjacent bathroom suggested that the perpetrator had used a cloth to wipe away evidence before staging the scene to appear undisturbed. The calculated nature of these movements spoke volumes about the suspect's composure and experience. However, Shane remained resolute. He assured the police that if they could gather all potential suspects, he could pinpoint the perpetrator within 2 hours through footprint analysis alone. Acting swiftly, investigators summoned the previously screened individuals once again, measuring their feet and collecting fresh footprints. Yet, after meticulous comparison, none matched the pressure points and shape of the crime scene print. Had they overlooked someone? Time edged forward to October 31, 2010, marking a full week since the murder. The case remained frustratingly elusive. Determined to unearth fresh leads, Rong Zhang and his team made a third visit to the scene. It was during this return that they noticed something seemingly innocuous: Shui and Shiwan's wedding photos. This observation led them to recall a crucial detail: the gift money register. In traditional wedding customs, attendees record their monetary gifts in a register, providing an extensive list of friends and family members associated with the couple. Investigators wasted no time tracking down the register. Upon review, they discovered an unsettling anomaly. A portion of one page had been carefully torn away. Judging by the size and spacing of the text, it was estimated that the missing section contained approximately 5 to 6 names. This revelation hinted at a possible cover-up. To reconstruct the missing names, the police sought assistance from Zhuan, but due to the sheer number of wedding guests, she was unable to recall them. At this moment, another avenue of investigation surfaced. It was common for couples to draft an initial guest list before their wedding. While not an exact match to the final register, this document could provide critical missing names. With renewed urgency, the police combed through Shui and Shiwan's belongings and eventually found an old paper box containing the original draft of the gift money register. A painstaking comparison between this draft and the official register revealed a striking discrepancy. 7 names were present in the draft but absent from the final record. Each was examined in turn, leaving just one individual whose presence remained suspicious: a man named Lucen. Investigators attempted to contact Lucen using the phone number listed in the draft, only to find it was no longer in service. The inability to locate him heightened suspicions. But who was Lucen? When questioned, neither Shui nor Shiwan's relatives could recall ever knowing him. A search through the National Population Database yielded no relevant records. Turning to alternative spellings and homophones, the investigators finally uncovered a tenuous lead. Lucen was a 32-year-old former folk performer specializing in lion and dragon dancing. However, his career had taken a downturn due to financial struggles, leaving him deeply in debt. 2 days later, police tracked his last known address, but upon arrival, he was nowhere to be found. However, forensic specialists recovered several shoe prints from the floor. Astonishingly, Among them were two that perfectly matched the crime scene's size 6 footprint. This was the breakthrough they had been waiting for. Though Lucen's exact motive remained unknown, he had now become the prime suspect. After relentless efforts, a new lead emerged from a mahjong parlor. Lucen had recently moved into a secluded rental house on the outskirts of Sonoma County. To avoid tipping him off, the police devised a covert operation. A surveillance team was deployed, while 6 plainclothes officers prepared for a swift, silent entry. Within 30 seconds, they subdued and apprehended Lucen without resistance. Yet, despite being in custody, Lucen remained eerily silent. For an entire day and night, he refused to utter a single word. Even when confronted with the undeniable footprint evidence, he maintained his silence. Then, at last, he spoke, but what he said sent chills down the investigators' spines. Instead of denying involvement, he posed a cryptic question that hinted at a meticulously hidden conspiracy. One far more sinister than anyone had imagined. In the stark, dimly lit interrogation room, the suspect, Hun, broke the heavy silence with an enigmatic question that momentarily perplexed the investigators. His voice, calm yet unsettling, carried a philosophical weight as he asked, "If someone wields a knife to harm another, who bears the greater guilt, the person or the knife?" Initially, the officers dismissed his words as an attempt to distract or confuse them. However, as the question lingered in the air, the lead investigator's expression hardened with realization. Hun was not just making idle conversation, he was subtly revealing a deeper truth, that he was merely a tool. A weapon wielded by someone else. A mastermind lurked behind him, orchestrating the crime from the shadows. Through relentless questioning, Hun eventually crumbled under the pressure. His voice, once steady and composed, now trembled as he confessed his involvement in the murder and unmasked the true perpetrator, Liang Shiwan, the victim's own husband. The revelation sent a shiver through the room. According to Hun's confession, he and Shiwan were once colleagues who later ventured into business together. Though their business failed, their association remained intact. But what had once been a partnership based on professional ties had evolved into something much more sinister, a deadly conspiracy rooted in greed and betrayal. Hun recounted, in grim detail, how Shiwan had meticulously plotted his wife Xuan's murder to claim a hefty insurance payout. This was no crime of passion or impulse, it was a calculated execution. Attempted not once, but 4 times before finally succeeding on December 28, 2010, the plan, meticulously crafted and coldly executed, painted Shiwan as a man willing to go to any lengths for wealth. His arrest was swift, but what shocked investigators even more than his crime was his chilling response when confronted with the evidence. With an eerie calmness, he stated, "Whoever marries me, I would kill them." As the investigation deepened, an even more disturbing truth surfaced. The marriage between Shiwan and Xuan had been a deception from the very beginning, a carefully laid trap designed for financial gain. Shiwan, who had once been an ordinary worker at the Senfong tobacco factory and later a driver for his brother-in-law's mining company, had never been content with his modest earnings. The monotonous grind of laborious work left him yearning for an easier path to riches. He dreamt of opulence, of escaping the drudgery of an ordinary life. But dreams alone were not enough, and fortune never favored him, until one fateful day, inspiration struck. Shiwan had watched a Western movie about insurance fraud, where the protagonist staged deaths to collect payouts. The idea took root, festering in his mind, until it bloomed into a sinister blueprint. He would not merely steal or deceive, he would kill for wealth. At the time, he was still married to his first wife, Muching. He initially attempted to involve her, persuading her to take out multiple insurance policies. But she was suspicious. "We're already struggling financially," she had protested. "Why do we need so much insurance?" Realizing she would never be a willing participant, Shiwan abandoned that plan and instead plotted a different course, divorce. Free from his first marriage but not from his insatiable greed, Shiwan set his sights on a new target. Through work, he became acquainted with Zhang Yongjin, the director of the Senan County branch of any transport company. Zhang's daughter, Zhang Suni, had recently returned home from Guangdong after a failed marriage. She was young, beautiful, and, most importantly, naive. To Shiwan, she was the perfect victim. With Zhang Yongjin's endorsement, the seemingly sincere and humble Shiwan quickly won Suni's affection. She was unaware that behind his warm smiles and affectionate gestures lurked a deadly predator. Before they were even married, Shiwan had already begun laying the groundwork for his sinister plan. On July 15, 2009, he convinced Suni to take out her first personal accident insurance policy. With a coverage of 240 yuan, about $5.300. She was so deeply enamored that she never questioned his motives. By October 1, 2009, they were officially husband and wife. But their union was built on deceit. And less than 3 months later, Shiwan escalated his plan. On December 15, 2009, he secured a second policy for Suni. This time with a payout of 500 yuan, about $73.500. Not long after, he persuaded her to purchase a third policy worth 320 yuan, about $47. The total insurance payout now stood at a staggering 1.160.000 yuan, about $155.800, all of which named Shiwan as the sole beneficiary. With everything in place, Shiwan moved to the second phase of his plan, finding someone to carry out the murder. He reached out to an old colleague, Lu Fuchen, and laid bare his scheme. Initially, Fuchen was appalled by the idea, recognizing the extreme risk, but when Shiwan dangled a sum of 60 yuan, about $8.800 before him, the temptation began to erode his moral resistance. Still sensing hesitation, Shiwan sweetened the deal, promising 100 yuan, about $14.700, upon the successful collection of the insurance money. At last, greed won over fear, and Fuchen agreed. After the Chinese New Year in 2010, the two conspirators put their plan into motion. Fuchen began surveilling Suni, searching for the perfect opportunity to strike. To establish an alibi, Shiwan took leave from work, claiming he was traveling to Chongqing for medical treatment. However, the first attempt failed when Suni unexpectedly went out with friends, denying Fuchen his opportunity. Realizing that a straightforward attack was too unpredictable, Shiwan devised a more sophisticated method, an accidental explosion. He smuggled explosives and detonators from his mining job and set up a crude device in their kitchen, rigging it to be triggered by a mosquito coil. The plan was simple. The coil would burn down, igniting the detonator, which in turn would set off the explosion, destroying all evidence in the ensuing fire. However, fate intervened. Suni, delayed by work, returned home at 2 a.m., long after Fuchen had grown impatient. His careless movements alerted her, and in panic, she called Shiwan. Realizing the plan had been compromised, he feigned concern, instructing her to lock herself in the bedroom while secretly warning Fuchen to flee. Once again, the murder plot had failed. Fearing discovery, Shiwan swiftly removed the explosives and abandoned the failed method. But he was undeterred. He proposed a more direct approach, breaking into their home, murdering Suni, and staging the scene as a burglary gone wrong. With careful planning and thorough cleanup, they believed the crime would remain unsolved. However, what they had not anticipated was the resilience of law enforcement and the weight of their own missteps. In the end, what began as an elaborate scheme fueled by greed unraveled into a cautionary tale of crime, betrayal, injustice. Shiwan's thirst for wealth had led him down a path of darkness. But in the face of unwavering investigation, his carefully crafted lies could not withstand the relentless pursuit of truth. Therefore, on the night of August 13, 2010, while Zawan was away, he once again instructed Fusan to carry out his sinister plan. At approximately 1 a.m., under the cover of darkness, Fusan stealthily approached Zan's house, gripping the spare keys he had obtained earlier. His intent was clear: to slip in unnoticed and finally put an end to Suni. However, just as he was about to turn the key in the lock, an unexpected obstacle halted him in his tracks. Suni, ever cautious, had bolted the door from the inside, an oversight in Zawan's otherwise meticulous scheme. Frustrated and forced to retreat yet again, Fusan knew he had no choice but to abandon the mission. This marked the third failed attempt, leaving Zawan increasingly agitated and desperate. As the days passed and October 2010 arrived, Zawan's anxiety reached a fever pitch. The expiration dates on the 3 lucrative insurance policies he had taken out on Suni were fast approaching, threatening to rob him of the massive payout he had so carefully plotted to obtain. With time slipping away, he realized that another failed attempt was simply not an option. The previous break-in plans had proven ineffective. It was time for a different approach, one that would allow Fusan to enter the house without suspicion and carry out the gruesome act without raising any alarms. On October 25, 2010, Zawan devised his most cunning strategy yet. This time, rather than relying on secrecy and stealth, he decided to make Fusan's entry appear completely natural. Prior to leaving for a supposed medical treatment in Yi City, he carefully laid the groundwork. He informed his unsuspecting wife that a friend would be stopping by later that evening to retrieve a bank card he had left in the living room drawer under the coffee table. Suni, trusting her husband completely, saw no reason to question this seemingly innocent request. Meanwhile, Zawan gave Fusan precise instructions to further obscure the crime. He told him to wear shoes several sizes too large, believing this would mislead the police by creating misleading footprints at the crime scene. However, when the moment arrived, Fusan discovered that oversized shoes were impractical and too easy to slip off. Forced to improvise, he opted for a smaller, ill-fitting pair instead. That evening, at approximately 9 p.m., Fusan set his plan into motion. He arrived at Suni's house wearing a backpack containing an iron hammer and a length of rope, tools of murder carefully prepared in advance. Avoiding security cameras with calculated precision, he reached the front door and rang the bell. Suni, suspecting nothing, greeted him warmly and invited him inside. Oblivious to the impending danger, she turned her back to retrieve the bank card. In that instant, Fusan seized his opportunity. In a swift and brutal motion, he withdrew the iron hammer and delivered a devastating blow to the back of her head. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Suni collapsed to the floor before she could even process what was happening. But Fusan was not yet finished. Ensuring there would be no chance of survival, he pulled out the rope and strangled her lifeless body. The horrific crime unfolded in mere moments, leaving Suni no time to comprehend the betrayal orchestrated by the man she had trusted most, her own husband. Following his arrest, Fusan led investigators to the site where he had discarded the murder weapon. Acting on his confession, authorities successfully recovered the hammer, sealing the case with irrefutable evidence. On September 23, 2011, the Eni Autonomous Prefecture Intermediate People's Court delivered its verdict. The mastermind, Zawan, was sentenced to death for the crime of intentional homicide, while his accomplice, Liu Fusan, received a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve. Now, let us turn our attention to another chilling case, one that unfolded on the remote shores of Jimoto Island in Yosa City, Hoam Province, South Korea. At the heart of this tragedy was a newly remarried couple, the husband, Par Tun, a 50-year-old insurance consultant, and his wife, Kim Suan, a 47-year-old restaurant server. Their story, which began with love and promise, ended in an unimaginable disaster. On the frigid night of December 31, 2018, at precisely 10:56 p.m., a frantic call pierced the airwaves at the Yosu 119 Safety Center. The voice on the other end of the line was that of a woman, panic-stricken and desperate. "Help me, I can't open the door or the windows. It's too dark, I can't see anything. The car is sinking, it's sinking." Her terror was palpable, her breaths ragged and uneven. The dispatcher urgently asked for a location, but the woman was too overwhelmed to respond coherently. Instead, she kept pleading, her voice rising in despair. Then, after 4 harrowing minutes, silence. The only sound that remained was the ominous gurgling of water before the line went dead. Realizing the dire nature of the situation, emergency responders sprang into action, tracking the call's origin through its signal. Their search led them to a remote dock in Ju Village, Jimoto Island. Upon arrival, they found a crowd of onlookers murmuring in hushed tones. In the midst of it all sat Tun, weeping uncontrollably, his entire body trembling with grief. "Please," he choked out between sobs, clutching at the rescue team. "Please save my wife. She fell into the sea." Kim Suan had been born into a modest family in Yosa City. Having married young, She bore 2 children before eventually divorcing her first husband. Her fateful encounter with Tun had seemed like a second chance at happiness. After a whirlwind romance, they married on December 10, just 4 days after Suan's divorce was finalized. Their honeymoon phase had barely begun when tragedy struck. According to Tun, on that fateful New Year's Eve, the couple had traveled to Jimoto Island to witness the first sunrise of the year, opting to sleep in their car by the dock instead of booking a hotel. They had parked in what seemed like a safe spot. Around 10 p.m., while Suan slept in the passenger seat, Tun stepped out for a cigarette. It was then, he claimed, that disaster struck. While inspecting the tires, he noticed the car slowly beginning to roll forward. Panicked, he rushed to the driver's side, but the doors were locked. Helpless, he could do nothing but watch as the vehicle, along with his sleeping wife, slid down the sloped dock and into the freezing waters below. Tun's account painted him as a devastated husband, but as authorities examined the scene, troubling inconsistencies emerged. The dock's sturdy railings had been bent and deformed as if struck with significant force. Witnesses confirmed that they had been intact earlier that day. Even more puzzling, despite Tun's claim of jumping into the water to save his wife, his clothes were completely dry. These inconsistencies sparked a growing suspicion among investigators. Was this truly a tragic accident? Or had Tun orchestrated an elaborate scheme? As police arrived to take over the case, the once heartbroken husband found himself at the center of an intensifying investigation, one that would reveal a truth far darker than anyone could have imagined. When Tyan saw the police appear, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly masked it with a composed demeanor. With a steady voice, he assured the officers of his full cooperation in the investigation. His ability to recover from the initial shock so swiftly was noted by the authorities. But for the time being, they accepted his willingness to assist. However, as questioning began, it became evident that Tun was unwavering in his account. He resolutely maintained that his wife's death had been nothing more than a tragic accident, a cruel twist of fate rather than a deliberate act. When pressed about the deformed dock railing, a key piece of evidence suggesting external force, Tun expressed ignorance, dismissing it as pre-existing damage. He insisted that he and his wife had arrived without noticing any irregularities. His detached response did little to quell the office's growing suspicions. The investigation took a new turn when police visited the guest house where Tun had sought help. The owner's testimony raised troubling questions. According to the proprietor, Tun had entered the establishment in an eerily calm state, his composure starkly at odds with someone whose spouse was in mortal peril. Instead of exhibiting the frantic urgency expected of a man desperate to save his wife, he had moved at a leisurely pace, speaking in a measured tone, and even casually walking around before requesting to use the phone. This unnatural reaction set off alarm bells. How could a man whose wife had just plunged into the sea remain so unfazed? When confronted about this, Tun attempted to justify his behavior, explaining that his slow movements were the result of him searching for possible rescue equipment. He asserted that, despite his outward appearance, he had been in a state of internal turmoil, forcing himself to remain calm in order to think rationally. In an emergency, someone has to keep a level head. If I panicked, who would help my wife? He argued. Yet, his explanation rang hollow. The officers had seen panic, despair, and desperation before. What they observed in Tun was something different: calculated control. Determined to uncover the truth, the police turned to surveillance footage from the dock. Unfortunately, the cameras failed to capture the exact moment the car slid into the sea or Tun's alleged rescue attempt. However, what they did record was even more revealing. At 10:57 p.m., Tun was seen walking away from the waterfront towards the village. His pace was unhurried, his posture relaxed, and, most notably, his clothes appeared completely dry. If he had just been in the water, desperately trying to save his drowning wife, how was he not drenched and disheveled? When questioned about this discrepancy, Tun claimed unfamiliarity with the island's terrain, stating that the darkness made it difficult to navigate. He insisted his slow walk was due to careful footing rather than any lack of urgency. However, the police were no longer inclined to take his words at face value. Their investigation into his background only heightened their suspicions. Tun, a 50-year-old insurance consultant, had a complex history marked by financial struggles and desperate decisions. Previously married with 3 daughters, he had once led a modest life. However, growing financial strain, compounded by his ex-wife's dissatisfaction with his earnings, had led to the eventual breakdown of his marriage. Struggling to provide for his children, he had cycled through various jobs, from waiting tables to sales, in an effort to keep up with expenses. In December 2012, buried under a mountain of debt totaling 80 million won, approximately $61.500, Tun made a fateful decision. He, along with an accomplice, orchestrated a robbery in Yosu, stealing 52 million won, approximately $440. The crime was short-lived, they were swiftly apprehended. During his arrest, Tun did not deny his wrongdoing. He claimed desperation had driven him to act. His children's tuition fees had become an insurmountable burden. Despite his apparent remorse, he was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison. Upon his release in 2014, he attempted to rebuild his life, taking on temporary work and even driving tourist buses. By May 2018, he sought employment as an insurance consultant but was initially rejected due to his criminal record. Undeterred, he applied elsewhere and was eventually hired. His natural charisma and meticulous study of insurance policies allowed him to excel quickly. He learned to identify promising prospects and cultivated relationships with potential clients through skillfully orchestrated encounters. It was during this period that he met Suan, a restaurant worker who would become his wife. Tun discovered her through his client list and strategically frequented her workplace. Learning she was in the midst of a divorce, he wasted no time in forming a connection, presenting himself as a caring, dependable presence in her life. His approach was methodical. He lavished her with attention, made grand promises of a secure future, and subtly encouraged her to purchase multiple insurance policies. On October 26, under his persuasion, Suan signed 3 insurance contracts, 2 of which had coverage amounting to 1 billion won, $770. Further policies followed, bringing the total insured amount to an alarming 1.25 billion won, $962, with Tun as the sole beneficiary. 4 days after finalizing her divorce, Suan married him. From December 12 to 13, barely settled into their marriage, Tun made significant alterations. He changed all her policy beneficiaries to himself and even transferred some benefits to his brother. All without Suan's knowledge. The investigation revealed more chilling details. The car recovered from the seabed had extensive damage, the windshield was shattered. The rear bore impact marks, and the trunk was mysteriously open. More crucially, the gear shift was in neutral. If parked at the dock's edge, why had Tun left it in neutral? A setting that risked rolling? His explanation was feeble. He claimed he had been reversing at Suan's request, inadvertently hitting the railing, but hadn't thought much of it. Yet, this directly contradicted his initial statement, in which he denied any knowledge of the damaged railing. The inconsistencies piled up. As a former bus driver, Tun was an experienced motorist. Would such an individual make such a fundamental error as leaving a car in neutral on a slope? The police found it increasingly difficult to believe his claims. Beyond the technical evidence, the motive was clear. Tun had orchestrated a calculated scheme, identifying Suan as his target, earning her trust, securing financial gain through insurance, and ultimately executing what he had hoped would appear as an accident. His past hardships and financial struggles painted a picture of a man desperate to escape his circumstances, willing to go to unimaginable lengths to ensure his future. Though all signs pointed to premeditated murder, Tun vehemently denied the accusations, lashing out at the authorities for jumping to conclusions. His 3 daughters stood by him, painting him as a loving father who had made mistakes but was not a monster. However, the forensic evidence, financial motivations, and the inconsistencies in his statements painted a far darker picture. The police knew they had uncovered something sinister. But would they find the conclusive proof needed to convict him? This explanation did little to allay the suspicions of the police. In fact, it only deepened their concerns about the circumstances surrounding the car accident. There was one particularly telling detail about the vehicle. One of the rear windows was slightly open. Measurements indicated a 2.75-inch gap. If all the windows had been fully closed when the car plunged into the sea, the vehicle would not have sunk immediately. However, with a window left open, water would quickly flood the passenger compartment, causing the car to sink at a much faster rate. At the time of the incident, Suan had been sitting in the passenger seat. If she had been feeling hot and decided to open a window, it would have been reasonable to assume she would have opened her own window. Yet, when the car was recovered, the passenger window was tightly shut, while the rear window was ajar. This inconsistency was a glaring red flag, raising more questions than answers. The police suspected that Tahan, in a calculated move, had intentionally opened the rear window to expedite the car's descent into the sea. Tahan, however, was quick to reject this theory, insisting that the open window was not his doing but rather his wife's idea. According to his account, Suan had initially opened her own passenger window because she felt warm but later closed it due to strong winds. She then allegedly asked him to open the rear window for some ventilation while avoiding the cold air. Despite his protestations, the evidence increasingly pointed to the tragic event being far from a simple accident. With a clear and plausible motive emerging, the police arrested Tahan on suspicion of intentional murder. Further investigation revealed troubling details about the events leading up to Suan's death. On the night of the incident, Tahan had parked the car on a slope at the dock, using the lack of airflow inside the vehicle as an excuse. He had opened the rear window. The couple then engaged in intimate relations in the car, after which Tahan claimed to have felt discomfort and suggested they head to a hotel. In what seemed like a spur-of-the-moment decision, he backed the car up, stating they were leaving. However, during this maneuver, Tahan deliberately collided with the dock's protective railing. He then claimed he had gotten out to inspect the damage, while in reality, he used this opportunity to place the car in neutral without engaging the parking brake. Once out of the car, he left the vehicle unattended, allowing both the car and Suan to roll down the dock's ramp and into the sea. A year after the incident, the trial finally began at the Sunshin branch of the Gwanga District Court. During the proceedings, the prosecutor argued that Tahan, faced with significant financial struggles, particularly the pressure of supporting his daughters after a divorce, had meticulously planned the murder of Suan. He had lured her to Zhu village dock under the pretext of watching the sunrise, only to push her to her death in a cold, calculated attempt to collect insurance money. The prosecutor detailed how Tahan had parked the car on the dock, used the pretext of poor ventilation to open the rear window, and then, after committing the act of intimacy, backed the car into the protective railing, intentionally disengaged the brake, and allowed the vehicle to roll into the water. This sequence of events, combined with Tahan's financial difficulties, painted a clear picture of premeditated murder. In contrast, the defense argued that while Tahan certainly had financial issues, he was not desperate enough to resort to murder for the sake of money. Furthermore, they pointed out that there was no direct evidence to show he had physically pushed the car into the sea. They suggested that the car might have unintentionally rolled into the water due to the strong winds present that night. The prosecutor, however, insisted that Tahan's experience as a driver made it clear that leaving the car in neutral was no accident. Additionally, the decision to open a rear window in the middle of winter struck the prosecutor as highly unusual. The investigation had also revealed that Tahan had visited the site a week prior to the incident, which further raised suspicions. Moreover, the car could not have simply slid into the sea on its own without external force, adding to the growing body of evidence against him. After lengthy deliberation, the court found Tahan guilty of intentional murder and sentenced him to life imprisonment. However, Tahan, unwilling to accept the verdict, appealed to the Gwanga High Court. During the appeal, he maintained his innocence, arguing that he had never intended to harm his wife and that his financial troubles were not extreme enough to drive him to murder. He also contested the notion that he had intentionally pushed the car into the sea, citing the many factors that could have caused the car to slide into the water. In the appellate court, a simulation experiment was conducted to determine how likely it was for the car to have slid into the sea without external intervention. The results showed three possible scenarios. In the first, the car was parked on a flat surface and slid because it was intentionally pushed. In the second, the car was on a slope, and as soon as the handbrake was released, it rolled down. In the third, The passenger might have moved the car's position, causing it to slide. The court concluded that there was no definitive evidence to prove that Tahan had intentionally pushed the car. While the judge acknowledged that Tahan had financial problems, they felt there were multiple plausible explanations for the car's slide into the sea. As a result, the appellate court overturned the life sentence, reducing it to 3 years in prison for negligent homicide. Dissatisfied with this ruling, Tahan took the case to the South Korean Supreme Court. In its final judgment, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Tahan, stating that while circumstantial evidence could lead to a conviction, the evidence presented in this case did not remove all reasonable doubt. The justices noted that Tahan was not the primary decision-maker in planning the trip to Jimodo Island. Additionally, there was no conclusive evidence that he had acted with malicious intent. Although Tahan had been in poor health before the incident, there were no compelling reasons to suggest that he deliberately caused the accident. Therefore, the court declared him not guilty, setting him free. Upon his release, Tahan immediately sought compensation from the insurance company, but his request was denied. The insurance company argued that, despite the Supreme Court ruling in his favor, they believed Suwon's death was not accidental. Tahan had made suspicious changes to the beneficiary information on her insurance policies, leading the company to question the legitimacy of his claim. Tahan, in turn, sued the insurance company, arguing they were trying to avoid payment by citing unfounded suspicions. The trial took place at the Seoul Central District Court, where the insurance company emphasized that the changes to the beneficiary information were highly suspicious, especially considering the suspicious circumstances of Suwon's death. However, Tahan countered that the insurance company had no right to deny compensation based on speculation, especially after he had been found not guilty of causing his wife's death. After further deliberation, the court ruled in favor of Tahan, ordering the insurance company to pay the full amount of the insurance benefits. In an astonishing turn of events, Tahan received the massive payout of 1.25 billion Korean won, approximately $962, a year later. While some believed that Tahan had planned the entire scheme from the start, carefully orchestrating his wife's death and altering the insurance policies to secure the payout, others maintained that he had been an unwitting beneficiary of a tragic series of events. Perhaps, they argued, the entire situation was a string of unfortunate coincidences, and Tahan had not been the mastermind of a complex insurance fraud. In the end, the South Korean judiciary appeared to have sided with the latter view, choosing to free Tahan despite the lingering doubts surrounding the case. Thank you for listening to today's story. I hope you had a relaxing and meaningful time. See you in the next video. And now, let your body relax, close your eyes, and enjoy the soothing sounds that will help you fall asleep easily. Wishing you a restful sleep and sweet dreams.